Hello. Hi, everybody. Welcome on in. Happy Thursday. I hope everyone is having a wonderful day today. Yeah, happy Thursday. We're starting a new challenge, and I'm so excited. But welcome on in. I hope everyone has had a wonderful day today. Love it. I love a crab rangoon. You know it's going to be a good day when we pull a crab rangoon out of the fish pond. My goodness. But yes, welcome on in. It's time to cross some animals. It is time to cross some animals. And we are starting a 100% attempt of Animal Crossing today. I'm a little nervous for it. Cute t-shirt, thank you. It is from what is it called? Threads and Thistles inventory. What's it say? Do what makes you happy shirt. I bought it, I don't know how many years ago. Oh, they still have it. Let's go. It's pretty cool. Can you see it up close? Click on it. There it is. That's what it looks like. It's my shirt. It's great. Doing what makes you happy at this moment. Exactly. You got it. You got it out here. This is our current the rules and what we are including in this speedrun here. So we're doing a 100% speedrun as if we're hitting like perfection in Stardew Valley. I got to thinking of this idea earlier this week and I couldn't stop thinking about this idea. And so now we're doing this idea because I can't stop. It is my current obsession is doing this, and I'm a full believer in following in what we want to do. Things that we want to do on stream. So we're going to do this. So starting from a brand new fresh island, which is what we're going to start tonight, we have to complete all Nook Miles, which is essentially all achievements. A full museum, all items crafted, all recipes, all fruits, flowers, crops. Most of these are already in all Nook Miles, but it's nicer to have them like written out, I guess. All fruits, flowers, crops, all framed photos of your islanders, all KK songs, and then a fully decorated 5-star island at the end of this. Like, I would like this to like actually look really nice at the end of this. So that is what we are attempting to do today. Not just in today's stream. We're going to be doing this probably for the next, probably at least until the update comes out. We're going to be playing a lot of Animal Crossing. So, it should be a good time. Yes. So time skipping is going to be allowed. Our only rules, I put them on, did I put them in the Discord or no? I don't know if I put them in the Discord, but I definitely wrote them on Twitter and Blue Sky. Oh, yeah. The only rules are, I did put them in the Discord. Only rules are no treasure islands. Obviously, that's cheating. And then no cheats or like glitches. But visiting friends' islands is okay. And so is time skipping. Because I need to for the speedrun aspect. Like if I don't skip, there's no like speedrun aspect to it. So I just need to. I have to. Otherwise, I will be playing this game for 17 IRL years. So, gonna, yeah, definitely be time traveling. What was the other rule as well, too? Oh, yeah, no, visiting friends' islands are okay because I have to do that in order to get all the fruits from other people's islands. Like, there's the only way to do that. So there you go. Log in for 300 days, LMAO. Yeah. Yeah. Get a real house percentage. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah. Are there any holiday items? I can't remember. I know there are some only accessible during the holiday season. Items specifically, like I don't need to like purchase item. Like specific like seasonal items, but I do have to craft all of them. So like for like the recipes are locked to like the season, not to to a specific day. Otherwise, other than, do you get any specific ones from Jingle? So yeah. Yeah. So what you're saying is I should also pick up my Animal Crossing to offer Friend Island? I mean, if you'd like. Funny enough, Terp also offered her island up earlier. She saw that I posted it in the Discord and was like, hey, so I've been thinking about restarting my Animal Crossing island before the update. Do you need anything before I reset? And I was like, maybe. We'll see. But I'm hoping that it also helps some people to get like back into Animal Crossing. And it's kind of just planning this speed run has kind of helped me to find my joy with Animal Crossing again. So we'll see how this goes. Then Stardew Valley in that aspect. Oh, absolutely. Yes. Much more forgiving. So, which is really nice. Yeah. What is this test cast thing I see bouncing around? It's because, this is in the background. That's why. On accident. I keep hitting over this in the corner for whatever reason. It was like over top of something. So I want to see Max's Island. I don't know if you do. Max's Island, I saw it for the first time the other day. He has all of his villagers like on the main section. And then the top two floors on like the back half of the island is all flowers. Max went for the first time to Captain's Island and just got Brewster for the first time the other day. Because he stopped playing after like 2 years. So it's a process. Actually, I never logged back in. Yeah, you just didn't. So sounds like the perfect island to me. I mean, you got it, Drew. It is pretty nice. Otherwise, he's got all the different colors of flowers. So I stopped exactly 221 days post release. There you go. I should play again. See? It's getting everybody back into it. I put my flowers in the beach for terraforming purposes and they got a little bit out of control. Yeah. Max's are like more than a little bit out of control. They're like all over. And I don't think Max did any. Max, did you do any terraforming? It didn't look like it just based on your island. But you had a lot of stuff. You had all the items and so forth. So I didn't know. I was hoping Batty would do it for me. No. I'm not doing terraforming for you. Maybe. Maybe I'll do the terraforming for you later on, but not anytime soon. But there we are. Drew! Thank you for the 51 months. I truly appreciate it. Welcome back on Intel of the Loser Club. I hope you enjoy your continued sub badge and your continued use of emotes out here. I truly appreciate it. I dusted off my Switch and opened my AC to find my villagers giving me an earful. Oh, I'm sure. Max's villagers the other day all said, you haven't been here in 4 years. Where are you? So there you go. He's talking about me. Scarlett, thank you for the 11 months. Thank you for the Prime. I truly appreciate it as well. Welcome back on Into Love with Loser Club. I hope you enjoy your continued sub badge and your continued emotes out here. I transformed my BF's island so random women stop smiling at him in public. Banger video. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think so, but okay. Group terraforming in the new update. That is true. That is, you know, something we could all do together as some kind of part, but there you are. When your villagers would just move without telling you. Yeah. Yeah. Fun times. They just put their stuff into boxes without telling you. So, good stuff. Scarlett, thank you for gifting a sub to Mary. Mary, I hope you enjoy your new sub badge and your new emotes out here. Courtesy of Scarlett. Scarlett, thank you so much. That's so very kind of you. Told me I had... Wait. I had been gone for 2 years and 3 months. Oof. Yeah, we, goodness. But yeah. Thank you all for starting a hype train. I appreciate it. A whole bunch. And for anybody that did not know, I started on Twitch playing Animal Crossing. And actually, surprisingly, I believe the anniversary or like the new update. What date does the update come out? ACNH update. January 15th is right around like my 5-year anniversary. So it would be really sweet getting back into it here a little bit. So there we are. It was great when they'd go to a friend's and you could visit them with the memory card system, but sometimes they'd just leave. Yeah. Max, thank you for the 27 months. I really appreciate it. I had no idea you started as an ACNH streamer. Lore drop? Oh, yeah. I started as an ACNH streamer. And I like blew up on TikTok. That's how I got my start on Twitch. I used to post my first week, literally first like weekend on Twitch. They somebody found my stream and then had gifted me like an overlay, and my reaction to that gift was went quite viral. And so after that I was pretty much like posting on TikTok like 3 times a day in grad school. And now we're here. And then I found Stardew Valley about 3 months in, and then it was playing lots of Stardew ever since. Oh, it's supposed to be the classic Lee emote. Good stuff. I remember when Lee was an ACNH streamer. Lee turns 5 and I turned 30. Wow. Yeah. Yeah. And when one wanted to leave, she just let them. We're gonna see. Eventually we'll get into thinking of like a theme for our island together. The next like few weeks here is gonna be like just the like nitty gritty of getting the beginning stuff together, and then we'll think of like a theme together, and kind of plan Islanders around that. So that last one, Drew, is just me all the time. Theme idea, Drew. You never know. The rest is history. Rest is history out here. So, should you be eating cheese? Yeah. Saw how all the neighbor sims enjoy the swimming pool without ladders. It was a good time. Love it, love it. But this is gonna be our challenge for the next little bit. Yeah, and I'm very excited about it, and I hope you all are too. But we're gonna get into it in just a few minutes here. You all know though that we start our streams off with the crossword for the day. Yesterday we found out that down for a cross no longer works. Big sad. And so we are going to hope that this one works. It's called Cross with Friends. It is the exact same website, but literally just copied and pasted over. So, good times. In which we are not doing the LA Times one, which is the Washington Post one, but we're going to be doing this one, the New York Times one instead. Catholics be like Cross with Friends. Yep. It is the exact same website. Literally the exact same website, colors down to everything. Just a different name. That's all. So, alrighty. If you would like to join on in on the crossword, as previously mentioned, we try to speedrun this together at the beginning of every single stream that I'm live. Our time to beat for Thursday is 3 minutes and 8 seconds. If you think you know an answer, you can either, one, click on that link in chat and you can join on in and it'll give you a mysterious username, like mine is Timeless Marlin. Kind of fun. You can also change it at the same time too. Thank y'all for the hype train. I truly appreciate it. Or you can just drop the answers into chat and I can read them and I can input them into the crossword itself.
Prediction woman.
Okay, Max wants me to do a prediction for the fruit. So we'll do that and then I'll start the crossword. I'll give y'all a few minutes to join on in. Our only rules are do not hit reveal because it'll spoil it for everybody. You can use check as much as you'd like and then just don't start yet because I'm going to hit reset on the timer. Okay, so you can be looking at the answers, but don't type yet. Don't tarp yet. What is it? Prediction? Start prediction. What fruit are we getting? Okay. Peach, orange, pear. What's the other one? Cherry. What's the other option? Apple. It's only 5 choices, right? We'll do 10 minutes. Alrighty, dink donk. Prediction is now live. So if you would like to predict what our fruit is going to be. I'm not resetting. After we get the first one, I'm not resetting after that. So I typed apple in there instead of here. That's okay, true. We're resetting the puzzle anyway, so there we are. Alrighty, y'all. You put 10K on pear?
I hate the pear, but it's what I got.
Someone put 10K on apple.
I was gonna say I'll match whoever puts in the most, but I don't want to. I like having points. I'm a hoarder.
You're a hoarder of points. How many points do you?
Under...
Wow.
Also, I do my fish every day.
You do your fish every day. That is true. That is true. Alrighty, here, y'all. Here's our countdown with the crossword. Go ahead and start in 3, 2, 1, go. Don't know. Who's this? What is that number? LVI?
41 maybe? Which I think was the Rams. LAR. I don't even know if they're an STL. That's, yeah, I don't know which one 41 is. I need years.
Is that 41? I don't know what that is. Things often included with a free subscription. Brazen.
Oh, no, it's not.
Brash. Microscope. Okay.
46? 56?
I had no idea. Microscopic. Photo option.
Put PHI in case it's the latest one. And I just don't know I'm so sorry. I don't know. I need years.
Look up what the number is. More likely to make the correct choice. Skeptical sort. Is it weary? No. Okay. Ignore me.
Oh, it was the Rams. LAR. LA Rams.
It is probably just Ram.
That literally is the worst way to answer that.
Yeah, exactly. SoCal area with the Latino Walk of Fame. Starts with an E.
Yeah.
You're from California and Latino. You don't know that one?
Sorry, let me just.
Annual February/March event with the hot papers. Pot papers?
East LA?
No fucking way. It's just East LA. Oh my god.
Because West LA is Hollywood.
Yellow. Dressing choice. Ranch. Vegetables in Cajun cuisine. Certain stumbling block or a hint of. We're also gonna snooze the ad for a little bit longer. Nab. One in a rep. Bungles? What the fuck is bungles? Language in which I don't know. Why does I want to say himself for that one? Okay, it just looked like it. Big shot. 53 across. No idea. Designates in a way. Yowza. A bragger, a blank. Like some orders and tails. Tall tales and orders? Oh my god. Yeah. Closest pal in brief. Okay. Oh, BFF. Yeah. Many a cult classic. Protests that aren't going anywhere. Sit-ins. Skedaddles. John. Valiant message mentioned in the crossword. Yeah, we did it. 3:30. Pretty close to our PB. Very nice. Pretty darn nice out here. I'll take it. Pop the F off. Alrighty. Yeah, there is Valiant in the crossword here. Stood there blank for a second, trying to remember how to spell anoint. It's okay. I barely made it through. What was Valiant? See, language in which Drosmix is? Latvian? Is it just a different It's got the same letters of Latvian. Is that what it is? No idea. What are those CX clues? Yeah, that was a lot of them, unfortunately. So, there we are. Alrighty, y'alls.
Wait, what's Mary's first language? We're also ESL.
I'm not ESL, you are.
But that means we are.
No. Mary, Max wants to know what your first language was.
I guess for me, that's a wild.
Same, but I've since. Oh, yeah. Hate when a clue references another answer. Spanish. Ah, there you go.
Yeah, so the three of us.
Not the three of us. Not the three of us. I do not have English as my. Oh, I don't want to see the whole thing. Frick. I don't want to see my face.
Are you Canadian?
Yeah, but that's not. That's not a. English is my first language. What do you mean? Okay. I gotta go to system settings. And then I need to go down to data management. There we go. Got it. And then it says delete save data. Max is Spanish. And then Animal Crossing New Horizons. Delete save data for this software. 07s to our last island, which had all the bugs. I'm not Latino, no. I can speak some Spanish, and that's about it. So, that is about it. Alrighty, here we go. We're starting. No, I want to keep the screen simple. I was like, do I want to put the graphic up on the screen? But I think I just want to keep the screen simple. So, if anybody asks for the rules, it's in the Discord, and then I'll also pull it up. Also, it's Devin's birthday today, for anybody curious. I know he's not here right now, but it is Devin's birthday. So, happy birthday, Devin. Sons of Mothers. Make it a command? Oh, you're so right, Mary.
Wait, is he here?
No, Devin's not here.
I see no. You saw him.
No.
Because I haven't said that birthday. But like
We'll do, what is it? Let's see. We're 100% ACNH. Wait, I wrote it all out in the alt text of these images. What are we calling this? AC and H? Next step. Complete and save. Refresh. Cancel. No! Slippy, no! I'm sorry. That's so rough. That's so rough. Do you call it perfection? AC2? There is no, like, real thing as perfection or, like, 100%ing the game. We're making it up ourselves. Because I wanted something like that for Animal Crossing here. So. I'm sorry. The gay slime is big sad. Big sad. We love the big slime. The big gay slime. No, I'm okay. Thank you, though. Alrighty. Let me pause the AC lo-fi because we're going to go with the actual AC music. It is currently... Actually, let me fix my, my times. Here we go. 3, 2... It is, yeah, 5:37 p.m. instead. Not a.m. 3, 2, 1, go! Alrighty. Here we go. We're just going to be sitting in silence while it loads. Joe's going to be sitting in silence while it loads. Wow. I'm actually going to, like, set it up, like, nicely because I would like us to have a nice island in comparison to when we were speedrunning the fish. When we were speedrunning the fish, our name was 1. Our island's name was 1. So we're actually starting our island. Alrighty. Ads are about to play, but you're not missing anything. I'm literally just typing my name and my birthday. One's in chat for 1. Yeah. Both of our barbers were high today. Mine was 93. Yours is higher than mine.
69 mil check and we get
Lee, let's see. Oh, yes, here you are. Our next step will be to take a picture of you, Lee. Oh, don't worry. Take as much time as you need to get yourself looking the way you want. Here we go. We are pale. And I would like cute hair. I think it's the eyes that are throwing me off right now. Yeah, those eyes right there. Cute. And the eye color. I can always choose the round nose. I would go back to hairstyles. No. I take it back. We cannot go back to hairstyles. Cheeks, a little bit of pink blush. Cute! There we go. Unfortunately, I think that may be our shirt, and we may be stuck with that plaid shirt until I buy a new shirt. And that's okay. So, 100% AC should be fun. Hi, Glue On. We're gonna try to do everything. Are you gonna time travel? Yes. If I didn't time travel, it would ruin the, like, speedrun aspect of it. Because we're trying to do this as fast as possible as well, too. Unfortunately, I do not want to play for, like, 10 years. IRL. There are a few more decisions, but that's done okay so far? Okay, yeah. To choose from. Alrighty, now we have our island to choose from here. It's more my style speedrun of just playing for 10 years. Yeah. Yeah. New home. Alrighty, which one looks nice? Definitely not bottom right. That one does not look good. I'm kind of feeling either... This one is so far away from the front. I'm so intrigued. Wait, is this another Heart River? Hang on. Top left looks like top left looks like a Heart River again, and I think we might have to go with the heart.
Yeah, just...
A little flat.
Yeah. I was thinking of this, like how this is a heart and you just connect it.
Oh. No, it's the top.
No, I see.
That looks like, you know what the... because I want to be edgy and was stuck with Christmas during summer. A little different, yeah. Real rough.
You get a river cooter out of that heart?
Yeah, I think we might go with this one, and then afterwards we can, like, terraform that river to just be connected there. Okay, we'll go with this one. It's the Heart River! We're back to our beginnings! You can only bring one thing to a desert island. A sleeping bag. Sorry, that was just a hypothetical question. Cool, Timmy and Tommy. Appreciate it. Oh, time to go. Did the, we haven't... You can't vote anymore in the prediction, can you? Okay. No, I was just double checking. Here we go! I was just trying to double check and make sure. They put me on what? Bing Bong Airlines. Here I am. I'm about to crash in my island. Skip. Sorry. We are speedrunning here. I want to see what color the thing is here. What's the time estimate? Probably at least 100 hours. Apples. We got apples, everybody. Woohoo! Manage prediction. Choose outcome. Apple. Oh, we did get green. And villagers that don't suck. Let's go. Dizzy is so cute, and I don't hate... Who is this? Who are you? Ursula. Okay. I don't hate you. Rigged. No. Justice for cherries. I wish. Oh, that would be perfect. I didn't have any progress other than I was cheating on the island. I didn't care. Apples are kind of like cherries if you squint. Yeah, if you squint really hard. Okay. My very own tent. I would have been happy with... I'm still happy with apples, but like I would obviously want either peaches or cherries. Those are the best. Thanks for my map, actually. Well, off you go. Hope you find a great spot. Okay. We want, right away, a spot where we can't... Okay, Disney wants to put his directly in front of the airport. And sorry, Bessie, that's not gonna happen. But Lee is going to put hers right here. Build here. Should I put my tent here? This is the spot. Let's go. Okay. Specifically so that I'm close to the water in the front and I can just drop stuff on the ground. And then let's go help everybody else. I bet you Ursula is somewhere up here, right? What's my map look like? Where is it? Watch her not be over here. Watch her be... Where the hell is she? Pardon my language. Ursula, what the hey? Girl. Okay, well, here's Dizzy, so... Nice to meet you, Wonk. Oh, it's not even Dizzy. This is Axel. I thought it was Dizzy. I'll find you a spot. Yeah. Me and... I don't think I could look more gay in my plaid checkered button down. I'll be so for real. They did give me a pretty kick. Yeah. I think it's the combo of the white denim and the button down, fully buttoned up. Too. I'll find your spot. This game does look better on the Switch too. It's just a little bit more crisp. Thanks, Ursula. Appreciate it. She's a cutie. I will say that. Everybody's going on the left side of the island here. Thank you for your life story. I was not paying attention at all to what she said. I'll be so for real. Alrighty. There is this open space right here, which is where Axel is gonna go. Perfect. This is the spot. Are you trying to speedrun too, wanting to place their 10 so far south? Exactly. And then let's do... Is this too close to my own? No, we're perfectly fine. Ursula will be right here. Beautiful. But this is the spot. I don't need to rethink it. Because we'll eventually be moving them. As well. Looks like everyone has a spot. Need to get back to the plaza. Got it. Thank you for teleporting me there. Already. Me and Lee can work on gathering it together. Well, it's just gonna be me who's gathering it, but thank you, Tom Nook. 10 tree branches. I suspect they're real apples. No, really? Sometimes I have like greatly forgotten about what some of this like early dialogue actually is, like that one. I suspect that they're real apples. Okay, Max is giving an Animal Crossing speedrun idea. Go ahead. I don't know if y'all's heard that, but Max just said poop %, in which you have to find and buy a toilet and then eat something and then sit on said toilet in your house. Oop, I picked up a weed. How many tree branches we got? 7? It's disgusting. I love it. Yeah. That was Max's idea here. I'm grabbing more tree branches than needed. Oh, that's okay. That's the river, right? Okay, cool. Because we will need them on this next day, so I would rather grab as many as we can. And then we'll just grab more later. Okay, apples. Hey Max, I got this toilet percentage today, but we're gonna tell them it's you, okay? No, that was literally Max. He literally just said, I have a speedrun idea. I said, okay. And just told us that toilet percentage. Okay, we can get 2 more. And there we go. Alrighty. Collect up the tree branches. Found even more than I asked. I only need 10. there are more than 10 in my pocket. While you were collecting branches, I was evaluating the treat that seems to be abundant here. They look like apples, they smell like apples, they even taste like apples. In fact, they are 100% without a doubt genuine apples. So we need to collect 6 of them? Oh, what's this? You've already collected enough apples for everyone, haven't you? Okay. Perfect.
Tom Nook, more like Tom Took.
Tom took all my... He robbed me for all my bells. And everything I own. Wow. Good question. I don't know how he started a fire like that. But what should we call it? I said it's a great opportunity. As the first residents of this island, we should be the ones to name it. Alrighty, if you do not know the lore, the Lee lore, I name every single one of my islands the same name. I refuse to name it anything else. The island's name is Funky Fox. It is the name that I had given to my island and my towns since playing Wild World. So for over... shoot, almost 20 years. Maybe? Yeah? Almost. I don't think quite yet, but almost. Well, let's see. When did Wild World come out? AC Wild World. When did that come out? 2005. I did not get it in 2005 because I would have been 7. But almost 20 years ago for me. As Funky Fox. A word or two. You can count on me. So, we've settled on a name for our island. We've selected our island representative. It's been a big day. So let's have a toast. Us and our appy juice. Happy juice. Cute. Party around a campfire on a deserted island. Wow, now this rocks. Ooh, we're gonna have to work on that catchphrase. Sitting around a campfire with cups of apple juice, it almost feels like we're family. You can call me bro. Okay. Lee, having a good time, yes? I know it's all a bit much. If you need like taking a nap or a tent, by all means go ahead. Maybe I'll go do that. Oh yeah, he was flirting with me earlier and now he just said, we're like family, you can call me bro. Okay, sweet dreams. We run. Alrighty. Now we gotta open everything up. Oh, I was like, where's my cot? He gave it to me in my bag. What color? Ooh. Basic. I'm getting sleepy. I forgot KK comes through. So, looks like you've decided to make your own way in the world. Get out there, explore new frontiers. That's all the way right, Daddy-O. You don't need to live by anyone's rules but your own. The world was made for exploring, you know? Living free, being out there, it's a great feeling. Yeah, but take it from a cat who's been on the road. Being by your lonesome can grind on the soul. Friends are where it's at. Doing a bit of that myself. My bad. Maybe it's about time for you to wake up and start your new life. It's pretty key. You'll dig this island life a whole lot more if you share it with some friends, if that's your scene. Are you in there? Oh, I hope I haven't woken you up abruptly. It's like 5 p.m. IRL time, so it's like going outside is like, ooh, you've like slept all this time. It's a brand new day. I slept that long? Might find useful as you just start life in your paradise. Need one of these? Yes. Ooh, my own cell phone. Looks like you're getting reception as well. Feel free to put it away now. Yes. Cool. Advice for living here. Sure. I just don't have to pay for it later. That is the only reason why I'm getting the Island Life 101 app, is because it is one of the Nook Mile redeems, and I don't want to have to pay for it later. Enough about the app for now. I do have one more thing for you, however. Oh. Okay. Well then, wait, you don't have any bells. Didn't think of this. Of course. Pay your fees with miles instead of standard bells. The Nook Mileage Program. Well, it's quite extraordinary if you do say so myself. You get points by living every day. Move in and move-in fees, so much more. You need, with this new service, would you believe it? It only comes to 5,000 miles. Woohoo! Island time will match the flow of time in real world. Got it. Ah, gifts from Nintendo. Paradise planning photo. Turb. Play KK Jongra. It's my fave. Thanks. Oh, a good one. Thank you for the 44 months. I truly appreciate it. Welcome back on into Lovely Loser Club. I hope you enjoy your continued sub badge and your continued use of modes out here. Place item. Oh. We don't know how to do that yet. Got it. Nice. 500 miles just for getting the Nook Mile stuff. Alrighty. Inside we go. Put 5 items in your tent. You get miles too. Yes, I do know that. I have to take my shoes off. Or my shirt off. One of the two. About that workshop. No, you're totally good, Bummy. I have speedrun ACNH before. I did know about pressing the right to speed up text. But it had been a while. I have I speedran both Golden Net and Goldenrod previously. Goldenrod was really rough. I don't want to talk about it. So, a lot of failures in training. Oh, yeah. There you go. Hi, Bimo. Welcome on in. 5,000 fish. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're gonna be adding that to our stuff we got going on here. What should I do? Let me learn this. We now have a fishing rod. Do I have access to... I can make a net now, too. Close. I can. I can make a... Okay. Let's craft. Let me make a net at the same time. Oh, I don't want to keep crafting. Thank you, though. Okay. Playing on a Switch too? Yes. I am. Precisely. Alrighty. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna take our shirt off. We're gonna rock around like we're gonna walk around like Freddie Mercury a little bit here. So I can place items in my house. And no pants for a hot minute. There we go. All achievements is about 180 hours on Switch 1. There you go. And I'm not running it the most, like, optimally here, to say the least. So it will take us quite a long time. Okay. Give me my shirt and my pants back now. It did take us quite a long time to do just the fish alone. The last time I ran it. So it's been, yeah, I don't know how long. It's been a long time. Can't take the speed out of the runner. So true. It reminds me of your Stardew character a bit. A little bit. Are you gonna time travel at all? Yes, I have to for the speedrun aspect of this. Okay, let's try and catch, what, like 5 in a row without losing one? See if we can at least get that, right? Fishy! Fishy, fishy! Okay, I can't go that way to get that one. We got any other one? This whole island! There's one here. Okay. I'm an eyes closed fisher. Oh, yes, please. No, it's okay. The mic will not pick up on it at all. There's 3. Boop, boop, boop. Alrighty, is it time to swap to some bugs for a hot minute? I just tried to use the tool thing. Nope. And I don't have the tool thing right now. Alrighty. Oh my god, girl. Catch the bug. Catch the butterfly, please. Diva was struggling. My god. I saw that, yeah, real rough. Fishing with my father. He's impressed with my knowledge, but I haven't told him that everything I know is from Animal Crossing and Stardew. Yeah, so true. Okay, we have 5. Oh. Long Locust, get your butt over here. God dang it. He ran into the water, didn't he? Oh no, he's over there. I saw him, I saw him. Get over here. Gotcha. I call it Long Locust. I call it Locust. What? The sea bass one? Just because it's iconic. It's just like nostalgic. But otherwise, I don't know. I don't really have a favorite. Hi, Watcher. Welcome on in. I'm doing quite well. This is my hyperfixation for the past week. Yes, I will be talking to them in just a moment. I realized that I should be looking over at this screen, which is much bigger than the small screen. We're at 4 fish. We need 1 more. Where are all the ocean fish? Oh, there's one. Got it. Woo! There we go. 5 in a row. I get a Nook Mile for that one? Answer is no. Is it 10? Is that what it is? 10 in a row? Come on, fishy. We're doing everything. Yeah. Yeah, that's part of the reason why we'll have to be time traveling a lot too, is for some of the art. Is just skipping till we get red. A bunch of times here. Turn to your left, fish. There we go. Got it. Woohoo! How many do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I need 2 more. Come on, fishy. Come over here. Okay. 9. Okay, one more. One more fish here. Come on, fishy. There we go. Okay, we got 10 fish. In a row. Woo! And that's how we knew. Because our flimsy fishing rod stays for 10. Our first trash tool. Cast master. There we go. 10 in a row. Okay. And let's go talk to Tom Nook. Oh, I'm so mad about that too, Mary. I won't lie. Which ones did you get? The Slingshot net, yeah. I found a creature. Take my dab. Alrighty. Okay. useful app to show you. And it broke and I was so confused. Yeah, in all the other games they don't break, but this one it does. Which is so sad and upsetting. I found a critter. Not really. Thanks, bud. Found a creature. She's going down the line. Okay. Some flowers. Found a creature. Send 5 of them away. You should be fine here. There's a DIY for a watering can. One more. Found a creature. Enjoy this cricket, Tom Nook. That should be enough. Alright, we gotta go find a spot for our museum here. Okay. Have a nice DIY. We have 10 recipes now. We're up to 2,000 Nook miles. And we need to... What do we need to make our axe? We need a tree branch and stone. And then softwood. I love blathers so much. Yes. I love blathers so much as well. Okay. This. And sticks. Oops, there's another one. Need a lot more sticks. Do we see Ursula over here? Yeah, there she is. Let me talk to her. I came up with a recipe for a leaf umbrella. Well, thank you. Alrighty, we gotta go find Axel now. He was over here somewhere. Rock. I can't wait for we can use the the message thing where you can call out for your villagers now. Yeah, I can't wait. and they'll like actually respond. Sticks. Alrighty. Do this, and this, and this. Oh, we got an acorn today. Wow. Okay, going in. We gotta make an axe. And I believe also plant some flowers here. Alrighty. We need... Where would be good for the museum? I guess honestly just right here for now. And then we'll eventually move it somewhere else. Yeah, this is a fine spot for the museum. We'll move it eventually. You know the deal. I've learned my lesson too many times. Hang on. Okay, we can hit this one. Okay, and let's also plant our flowers. Actually, it would be good to kind of plant them in a somewhat of a pattern here. Alrighty, what else do we need to do? Oh, well, I don't have control over it, so. What should I do? Okay, let's craft our watering can. Five DIY tools. Alrighty. We have to chop wood from trees again. My eyes are closed. Good enough. And what is edit credit? Edit my passport. Okay. My title. I like that. Okay. Got that one. We're getting there. Bulletin board. We gotta go right on our bulletin board. We need to put items outside our house now. And then I can make a custom design. Nice. It counts. Cool, thanks, Bobby. I appreciate it. I gotta go right on the message board here. And then... we also have to chop some more trees. Okay. Great new post. Oh, wait. Oh, I can't do it yet. I was like, I could use the little marker, but I can't. Not yet. with Miles here. Rough hewing. Okay, 4,600. Number of shellfish we sell. Okay. Let me grab some of those fish. 1, 2. Three. No. How many apples do we have? We can get more. And then we're gonna sell them as well too. And then we'll probably skip to the next day. Boop, boop, boop. Okay. Okay. Got it. One of these times I do have to let it sting me. Just to get the achievement. But we'll be fine. Fortunately, it's only common butterflies. We don't have any more space in our inventory. Running down here. We're gonna drop this, and we're also gonna drop this, and we're also gonna drop this. And I'm gonna now pick up this coral. I'm letting it sting me. It is an achievement. Why won't it let me have it yet? What the hey? No, just from being... I thought you got one just from being stung by bees. Sting twice. A rice grasshopper. Okay, so that's a new one. Closer. I think I did shake all of them. Or pretty close to all of them. But I could. Nope, apparently not fully. Okay. How many more bugs do I need? You've got the bug. 2 more. Okay. Buggies! Where are you? My bug buddies, where are you? They're hiding from me. They don't want to be caught. I get that. How many Nook miles do I have to trade in for health insurance? Well, for a tent, it's 5K, so probably like 50. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to start up, you know. Trying to start up that universal healthcare, but in Animal Crossing. For all the times that I... No, I'm trying to start up universal healthcare, but in Stardew Valley. Fuck Harvey.
Until you find out you're still in charge.
Okay, we're 100 short right now. I'm about to go sell apples and seashells to the little guy. Timmy. I would like to sell. Woohoo! 6,000 bells. Pick of the month. Timmy and Tommy names in Spanish. Tendo and Nendo. Really interesting. Oh. Seller of unwanted stuff. There we go. Okay. Alrighty, we did it. Oh, how could I forget? Let's look. Nook shopping. DJ KK. Hell yeah. The what?
The thing that like lets you select.
Oh, I can't buy that yet. I have to do my mileage. I have to donate my mileage. Is what I have to do. Shop to it. Got my moving fees. Ready to pay. It could be better. Let's do it. Home sweet home. Alrighty. I'm going with a classic red. We have a Nook mileage program update. Now we have Nook Miles Plus. That is all for me. Alrighty. Catch 5 bugs, catch a black bass, plant trees or shrubs, capture a memory, catch a fish. 5 fish. Oop. Okay. Let me go over here. Redeem Nook Miles. We would like tool ring on day 1. Tool ring. It's essential. Thank you. And then when we get enough, we'll expand our pockets again. Okay. Time to leave, and then we're gonna go... favorite. Alrighty. Does it count if I water the same flower more than once? No. Okay, never mind. Actually, let's see. What does Timmy have to sell us today as well? Let me go and look and talk to him before we go fishing and catch a bunch of bugs. What's for sale? Oh. Toolbox and a tissue box. Red rose bag, yellow cosmos, yellow lily. DIY for beginners. Oh, I would like this, thank you. I'll buy it. I'd like to buy DIY for beginners. I'll buy it. Okay. And then we're gonna buy some flowers And then we're gonna buy a tree. Actually, no. I'm gonna just take an apple from a tree and we're gonna plant that. Beautiful. Let's do yellow lilies. How many would you like? I'll take 5, please. Alrighty, that's it. It's a recycle box. Claiming this cardboard box. And I'm putting it outside. Because we need to place 10 items outside. And place item. Need to learn the slingshot. And then we will plant these yellow lilies. Kind of in a kind of like a X here. Because that is like the best pattern for breeding flowers. Which is what we'll have to do. Okay. Grab this. Jump. Flower power. We've planted 10 flowers. Beautiful. First time buyer. Done. And bell ringer. We've spent 5,000 bells already. Cool. And now let's water these. My aim was off on that one. There we go. Alrighty, there we go. Let's get some fish now. And plant a tree. Actually, I can't. I don't have a shovel, do I? I can't plant a tree yet. I can take this, thank you. To continue selling shells. What do we need to make a slingshot? 5 hardwood. Okay, we're going inside again. Let's craft. Nope, don't keep crafting. And we will... I'm gonna chop down some more trees pretty much until our axe breaks. And we'll go from there. Where was the present? How far did it go? It disappeared. Sad. That's okay. Oh, I don't want to show off this carp. Nope. I did it again. Gosh darn it. Place item. Oh, I placed it down and then immediately shot something up to the sky. Nice. Gosh darn it. We were at 11. I clicked on it myself. That was my own bad. I wasn't closing my eyes. Okay, new fish. A crucian carp. No fish over here. Gonna keep looking. That was an instant bite. Oh, it was a boot. That's why. Okay. Okay, DIY recipe. We'll take it. Out of everything. Yes. Okay, there's another new one. Are we at 10 new ones yet? Maybe? There was a red mark next to it. Oh. I was shocked that didn't land in the river. Retro A-line dress. Let's go! Just as ugly. But it's fine. I guess it kind of goes with our socks. Buy the diver suit just so I can go past the river before having the pole. Oh, that's smart. Oh, a tire. Nice. Okay, I'm not gonna be able to catch that one. Because he's facing the wrong way. We'll catch a few more fish. For the extra Nook miles. That was my own fault. Gosh darn it. Sea bass. Red snapper. Wow. Okay, another dab. Okay, we do need to go and catch a black bass. And I believe, hang on, how close are we to? We need one different fish. Darn. One more new fish. And also this. So I can go sell it. Also not a black bass, I'm not too concerned. We do need a black bass. Again. For like the 4th time. Which is probably this one. There we go. Let it go. Oh, our fishing pole broke! Place item. Place item. Okay, we already have all these sitting out here somewhere. So we should be good. Gonna go in and sell. Okay, we put 10 pieces of furniture outside. Alrighty. Okay. Let's craft. Keep crafting. Anything else we can craft right now? Not really. Alrighty, cool. Time to go. I am going to shake some trees for some more sticks. And then we're gonna hit them until we lose our axe. You just need a lot of sticks early on. Also because I know on this next day we're gonna need a lot of wood as well too. So we're doing that. Okay. There we go. Our axe broke. I'm gonna go down and grab a stone so we can make at least one more axe, because I would like to use that axe to hit all of our rocks that we can. And then we will time travel. We're min-maxing with our Animal Crossing as well here. That's a bug. Got you. Perfect. Alright, we're going in. I'm surprised there's no moth outside the window yet either. But that's okay. Hmm? What if instead of a moth we get Mothman? That would be a pretty nice trade. Okay. I'm going to hit the rocks that we have on this side of the island. Now. I know we won't be able to get all of them. Well, actually, hang on. If I put this cardboard down, box down. We should be able to get a fair amount here. Okay. Not bad. I just have to make sure the area is clear of weeds. That was my own fault. Okay, so we got that rock. It's like 2 more. Oh, there's the moth. Hey, Ursula. Hey, Ursula. Gotcha. Thanks, girly. I'll take it instead. I got it from here. Place item. Okay. Now let's take our flimsy axe again. Where's another rock for us? I believe there's one, like, in the middle-ish here. I know there's one right by my house, which is nice to have. There's one there. I believe there's one more we have access to. I thought it was like in this middle section here, but apparently I'm wrong. There was the one up top there, and I think there's one more over here then. There we go. There's not another one over here, is there? No. Okay. Okay. I'm going to, again, continue to hit all the trees that I can until this breaks now. We need the wood. There we go. Perfect. And then I'm gonna just shake one more tree all the way through here so that we get more sticks, because we need more sticks. And then we will time travel. No, I'm good. Actually, maybe a little snacky here. Can you bring me more of the pretzels from yesterday? Yes, as well. Is football not on? Oh, that's why. I used to play this with my little sister. We even had like a night where there were falling stars in the sky. Oh, that's always so sweet. Stayed up way late because of it. I stayed up way too late in my like first summer semester of grad school because of it. Thank yous. All of my island residents outside there looking like, who is this bitch? I thought I had 100 weeds. I did not have 100 weeds. My bad. I am ready to wrap everything up, and then we're going to time travel a day forward here. Setting it for the morning time because I like playing Animal Crossing just a little bit more in the morning. Oh, my mic was muted. Apologies. My mom gave me something already. We got peaches. You have DJ KK now. And a wooden low table. That's fine, I guess. I'm not ready to do that yet. Here we go. And we unlock a whole lot more as we go 4 more days. Our first Nook Miles ticket. Wow. Let's go talk to Blathers. Woohoo! Don't worry, Blathers. I got you. I definitely don't have some, like, sitting outside my house. Waiting. 1, 2. Okay, what do we need for hardwood? And 5 softwood. Okay. I'm gonna go make those. And then we'll donate all of our items to Blathers. The next one we need is the pocket organization guide. So we'll hopefully be able to get those pretty soon. So that we can get more items. Alrighty, we're officially at 2 KK Slider songs. I think at the beginning here, Blathers only lets us donate 1 at a time, so we are just going to be sitting through the same dialogue for like the next 10 minutes. I feel too bad not letting Blathers discuss his special interest of fish. Like, I feel too bad just clicking, I'm a bit busy. But with the bugs, I have no problem. Because Blathers hates them. Alrighty, 8 more. Here we go. We have like 4 or 5 still up here. 4. Okay. Halfway. Oh, just kidding. 5. Let's go. Okay, our flowers is lilies there if you saw it. I will have to drop this so we can grab another fossil before we go back. Oh, so many. There we go. How many do we need? Okay, we got Nook Miles for finding that one. Let's jump back over. That will be a beautiful place for a bridge. Alrighty, our first fossil. Eek! A damselfly. Okay, a horse mackerel. I've gotta do it. There's just too much here. For us to do. Okay. After this one, we just need one more, so we'll go back to the other side. My goodness, there's so many shells here. On this side. I came over here to pick up a fossil. I didn't have enough space to pick up said fossil. There's too many shells. Right here. One more fossil. There should be one more fossil somewhere else too. We'll have to find it. It might not be on this side. We might have to go over to the other side. But we can see. direction. Okay. There it is. There's the other one. Right there. We'll have to come back for it. Because I definitely do not have any pocket space. That's right. Okay. Thanks, Ursula. Appreciate it. Let me sell some shells here. So we have a bit more money to us. Not much, but at least a little bit more. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I just want to sell. I want to sell my shells so I can get a reward here. For selling all my shells. Go ahead, be shellfish. Okay. Let me go give this last fossil to Blathers, and then we can figure out... Oh, we have to do some resource collecting again. You donate? I'm donating it. I'm a bit busy. Sorry, Blathers. Time to go. Do you believe this means? Huzzah! We've acquired the number of specimens required. On my very first day on the island. There we go. Okay, so we get the full museum tomorrow, which is nice. And now it's time to, hit some trees. Actually, I do not have a... I'm getting the achievement. I do not care. And then we need to go and make another stone axe here pretty soon. Is this the same one? I think so. It's a long locust again. That's okay. Hey, what's up, Axel? Ew. Maybe you're going for a new look, but that seems a little bit extreme, Wonk. Oh, but I can show you how to make medicine. Thanks, Axel. Appreciate it. Make sure to keep some medicine on you, Wonk. Well, I'll be so for real. I'm trying to get stung again. So... the sooner the better. With the stinging. I heard a present coming by. It was not. There we go. The achievement. Alrighty. Yo, Lee! Hey, I heard you're getting stuff together to build the shop. Good hustle, Lee. Found something that might help things go along. Here you go. 5 iron. Let's go. It was 5 iron. Let's go. Okay. Alrighty, let's go make some more axes. Not axes or axe? Is that the plural? I don't know. Is there a new update? Okay. Going in. Let's craft. Let's start by making a medicine, huh? Actually, no, I have the recipe card for medicine still in my hands. That would probably help to get. And then I believe Timmy here has... So we already have that, so I don't need that. Did they say I was in here for the tools? Pretty good tools recipes? That's where it is. So many miles for that. Okay, let's craft. Starting with medicine. Nice. Oh, keep crafting, please. And we're actually going to make tools. Stone axe, we need a flimsy axe, and then wood, which we can do both of. And then we can make a shovel with our flimsy axe and 1 piece of iron. We are going to take 1 piece of iron to do this. Flimsy axe. Okay, I gotta make a stone axe. And then we're gonna make a... I don't think we need a better... That's not needed yet. We don't need those. No, we're fine. And... because we made some DIYs, we get Nook Miles. We have to go hit a rock. Let's eat some of our medicine. Woo! And now let's go chop some trees. Mm, 30 of each one. Which we're like not horribly far away from. We got another 2 iron. That puts us at 11 right now. We are getting Nook Miles for that. We're hitting rocks today. Oh, there's more for us to claim that I didn't realize. Rock splitting champ. Cool. Okay, grab our axe some more. There is another rock over here. I wasn't crazy. Got the pill bug too. Let's go. Let's go! Woohoo! I got a roly-poly. And all my money. Which I'm about to put in the bank. I believe we should. We're almost at 30. We just need softwood now. That one's at 17. Okay, we have enough regular wood now. Let's see, swap it. What can we swap it with? Oh, a mushroom. Okay, we're at 25. We just need softwood now. There we go. There's a piece. At least. Oh, we already got that one. Okay, another 2 pieces. Ooh, I want that monarch. We'll have more times for catching that monarch. Plenty of time, essentially. I think that was our last piece of hardwood. So I'm just gonna drop the skinny mushrooms there for now. We don't need the mushrooms anytime soon. Okay, we need 6 more pieces of softwood. There we go. Look, I dug up 1,000 bells. Buried again. Nope, because we're just gonna plant a tree. There we go. It didn't even matter that my pockets were full. Flame my thing. Jump. Rough hewn. We've already chopped down 100 trees. Oh my god, this is gonna just go by quick. Apparently there was another one too. Present. Got it. Got that one. Also, we already have this one, so I'm just gonna release it so that I can pick up my present. What do we got? Ooh, mushroom stool. I do want that. Thank you so much. Those are some of the best ones. I love all the mushroom recipes. They are literally the best ones in the game. Okay, another 2 pieces of iron. We need 5 more pieces of softwood still. And we need 17 more pieces of iron. Okay, well there's 2. We need 3 more pieces of softwood. Two more pieces of softwood. There we go. Perfect. Now we gotta just find all of our rocks. We have 4 on the main section here. There should be 1 or 2 more somewhere else. I can't remember. have 15. I'm looking over here. Plus, I would like a, I'd like that last fossil. Look, I dug up a fossil. No way. Alrighty, if we see the other rock somewhere else, we kind of just have to keep our eyes peeled for it. Oh, there's one. Never mind. No eyes need peeling. I found it. Okay, another 4 pieces of iron, which is excellent. We have 19 pieces of iron. Is there one more rock somewhere? If so, it might be up higher. I'll look over here, but I have a feeling that it might be higher. And we might not be able to reach it quite yet, because we don't have a ladder recipe yet. No, no more rock. Okay, we had 5. It's pretty nice. I'm gonna drop that fossil there. I didn't care whether this showed up again. Drew, thank you for the 52 months. I truly appreciate it. Welcome back on Intel Loser Club. I hope you enjoy your continued sub badge and your continued use of emotes out here. I truly appreciate it. Thank you. There's our recipe. Happy Friday. Absolutely. Jenny gets married on Saturday here. I was about to say on Sunday. On Saturday. We have her, like, welcome party tomorrow night. And then, her actual wedding. I can't believe she's getting married. I can't believe my college roommate is already married. But that's... We had been together since, like, high school, so that wasn't anything shocking. The crossing is going quite well. Oh, he's handing me gifts for... I just need iron. Which I cannot get iron. Which means... it's about to be skipping time. All my friends married each other this last year. What the hell, guys? Yeah. Yeah. I do like that flooring. Place horizontally? Ooh, don't like that. It's fine, but like... place on wall. Ooh, I do like that. Pretty! I'm putting things in storage here. Actually, no, hang on. Give me my weeds back. Thank you. Chris, is that weed? And that is what we called a vine back in the day. I'm about to sell these weeds, that's why. Oh, after I water. I think I've already talked to everybody. So we're fine there. Free Shavakadu. You got it. I'd turn on the microwave if I wasn't under this weighted blanket. Oh. No! Not my watering can! How could you do that to me? Not the watering can. Night bagel. Ooh, night bagel always sounds good. What exactly are you offering? Oh, well, actually, I'm gonna offer you these clumps of weeds. Look at all the fine things you brought in for me today. 1,000 bells. Sound good. A bell apiece. I figured that was a greedy weeder. Horse mackerel. I am gonna put my money in the bank. I do not need this amount of money. Oh. Not the shopping app. The bank. Deposit. We'll just put 30K in there for now. What else? I think that's it for now. We can always get more stuff in the future. But we need to skip a day again. So, skipping a day we go. Bum 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 bum. To our family group chat, my brother just sent a photo of a slot machine that he just hit. Because apparently him and his girlfriend are at the casino right now. They won 75 bucks is what it was. For anyone curious. Nothing too crazy. But they did win. And knowing them, they had only put in 20. So, they made a pretty decent amount. Boo-doo. It will be gone soon. Yeah, probably. Let's hit some gosh darn rocks. Hit some rocks. And here we go. 3, 2, 1. Okay, pretty good. So now we need 8 more. We should be able to finish today. If we don't, I'm gonna be real mad. Oop. There's a fossil there. Very nice. I was hoping for 1 bit of iron on this one, but it did not. Unfortunately. That is horrible. This is the money rock, at least. Very nice. I'm so glad they kept that going in these games. It is really nice. The other one should be up here. There we go. I hear it somewhere. I don't know where. There it is. It's across the river. We'll get it. Eventually. Oh, hey! I could pop this rock in the meantime. That's very nice. 5, which means that we only need like 3 more. Beautiful. We got it. Mush loaf stool. We already know that one. What the hey? What the hey? Okay, there's one more over here that I have prepped. Oh, my shovel, please. 3 more. 2 more. Come on, give it to me. We still need 2 more. Okay. There's got to be another rock somewhere. Don't think there's one over here, right? Just want to double check. Not one on this side. Alrighty, what we're gonna do. Gonna take 10k. And we're gonna bury the 10k instead of the 1k. Because as stated, we don't need all that money quite yet. It will be helpful in the future, but just not yet. We still need our recipe for the day, and then we need to go and talk to our villagers. Also, I need to do this, pardon me. So I can actually get the recipe for a clam. For the bait. Alright, and then we're just gonna drop item. Drop item. Oh my god, you can actually hear... I've never noticed that before, that you can actually hear construction going on behind the thing. No, thank you. Okay, there should be one more fossil somewhere. Okay, there's our recipe for the day. A wooden block table. Unless it's locked behind a... What's it called? If it's up on a... thing up here. Trying to look and see if there's a rock. There's the other rock. Gosh darn it. Boo! Actually... Give me these seashells. I'm gonna sell them. Just for that, Tom Nook, I'm gonna sell these seashells to you. Drop it. Oh, hey. Angshu, 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 snoring sound, etc. you? Another Gulliver. Thanks for the wake-up call. Oh my gosh! Yep, I can help you look for them. Alrighty. Hi, Ursula. Well, you're up early, Grump. Good morning. Let's talk. Anything on the beach disguised as a clam here? There's a communicator part. I think we need 5, right? Okay, there's another one. I think I may have gone a little too far for Gulliver. We'll see. Oh, there still is one. Let's go slowly down the beach. There's another one for us. We need one more. There it is. Hi, Raiders! Welcome on in. Hi, Lee Chat. Good luck, have fun. I appreciate it. I always stream. I hope it went well. Did you find your sea item? Hopefully. Fingers crossed. Hello, Raiders. Welcome on in. C and D, you're covered? Nice. Very nice. Incredible. For anyone that is just coming in here, hello, my name is Lee. My pronouns are she, her. I typically play a lot of Stardew Valley around here in other cozy games. And I just started up today a 100% like speedrun file for Animal Crossing New Horizons, in which we started from scratch to complete all the Nook Miles, aka all achievements, full museum, full items crafted, all recipes, all fruits, all flowers, all crops, all framed photos of our islanders, all KK songs, and a fully 5-star decorated island. It's going to take me many weeks, but I'm very excited because I'm gonna hope that we might get close to doing it by the update date. Do you time travel? Oh, absolutely. Yeah, if I didn't time travel, I would not be able to do this like speed run as like an actual thing. I got the recipe for today, right? Yes, I was just picking up shells because I was mad. And then I got distracted by Gulliver. What strat would you use for Elvis jewelry? Ooh. Honestly, can you get it from, like ground spots or no? She went with dog? Interesting. I can't say that I would have gone with, dog. What kind of, ooh, those pants are cute. Only in the forest? I actually think that I would have gone for... What's it called? I picked up all the items except for the one. The artifact. Not spot. I mean, it depends. You could either do it that way, or you just go into the mines and you find Omnigeode spots. And then I would have gone the artifact trove route. Yeah. That would have been my first guess if I had to. Geodes and troves. Yeah. If I had to take a guess. Also, my first fruit, for anybody, the person that asked, I missed it, was apples. We did a prediction earlier for it as well, too. Appies. Yeah, we are gonna be doing this a lot. So we will be time traveling, and we are also allowed to give visit other people's islands. Not treasure islands, but other people's like actual items. You want to find? We will figure that out eventually when we figure out like a theme. Like for right now, oh, I need to go back in. Oh, we're kind of just figuring out what we want to. We're kind of just like doing the like basic early game stuff. But we're gonna be doing a theme. Yeah, because the whole point is that at the end of it, we're gonna have a fully decorated island. So I would like it kind of all to match of sorts. So, yes, we have to visit some other people's islands because I won't be able to get the fruit without it. I've already planned like that kind of portion out. We can only have our own fruit, and then you can get one other fruit from the islands. And that's your sister fruit. Which your mom also sends you. So, I already have peaches. I have not planted them yet. But I probably should, actually. And you can get the rest from other islands? Nope. It's this. You got like your sister fruit from the Nook Miles Islands. But otherwise you have to get them from friends. Yep. Unfortunately. I did already look it up and looked into it before I started the challenge. Because I was like, oh, do I really need to visit other people's islands or are we fine? And no, I need to visit other people's islands. My, Max, my partner, has all the fruit on his island. So when the time comes, I'm just gonna, like, get what I need from his islands. We already have our own museum set up. Hi, No Man. Welcome on in. Alrighty. We need literally 2 more iron. That's it. Happy Home Academy. Thank you. KK Samba. And a gift from Gulliver. Cool. What do we got? High-end stereo. Actually, I would like that. Ancient Administrator hat. Interesting. Okay. Cool. Alrighty, active island resident. We've done it for 3 days now. I have 2 more songs. Put in storage, put in storage. Okay, until we get some better outfits. I'm just gonna keep putting all that in storage for right now. Alrighty here. Good things in store. I now have 20 items in my storage. Ooh, actually, I believe, with that being said, we have 5,000 Nook Miles, which we should be able to now get expanded pockets. So we should do that here. 2 iron, please. We got 1. Screw you, rocks. Ooh, some of the trees are changing like more colors. I like it. I like it a lot. Huh? No! My shovel! Alrighty, what do I need for to get a new shovel? I can never remember. 5 hardwood. 5 hardwood, and then a... I'm just going inside. I can't deal with that. We're gonna do it the way that I still did it the first time. taking my cardboard box with me. That's what I did the first time when I was hitting rocks and was just using my axe. I take the cardboard box, I put it directly behind me so I don't move anywhere. There we go. There we go. Okay, we got the amount that we needed. Thank goodness. And an extra iron for a shovel. Boop, boop, boop. Yeah, typical Animal Crossing tools, always breaking. Alrighty, we gotta figure out where we want to put the new shop. Let me go do that and then I'll come back. Where on the map do I want to put it? I honestly might just put it over here by the museum behind it. For right now. And then as you all know, we're going to be moving it. So we'll go with that. Okay. Going in. Do I have anything in my pockets to sell? I don't know. I was no. Oh, a rusted part. What's for sale? Candle and a camp stove. Hard pass. Hard pass. Alrighty. Bonus miles here. Let's redeem Nook Miles. Give me more pocket space. Please and thank you. And then Nook shopping. Gotta buy our KK song. And I would like those shoes now. Thank you. There's no good shirt that matches with our stuff here. Alrighty. Sign off. Tom Nook. What should I do? Cool. Thank you. You don't have anything for me to do right now. That's fine, I guess. Redeem Nook Miles to get more Nook Miles back. Alrighty, we're about to go into the museum. Oh, I meant to build a shovel. Gosh darn it. Go back. Go back in. Turn around! Turn this ship around! Okay. Alrighty. Now we should be good. Actually, keep crafting. What else? Do. What do we need for this? Round mushrooms? Sad. Alrighty. We will have a lot of fossils. I asked for the shovel, but that's okay. I have one more fossil to find for the day. I don't know where it is. We shall see. Well, also, no, we should have like 2 more technically. Because I didn't find one of them from yesterday. And... nice. We have access to one more rock, which we'll be able to grab in just a little bit. Oh, look at that. How nice is that? That they put it directly in front of the museum for me. So nice. Alrighty. Alrighty. Hi, Blathers. Coming on in. It has finally opened for us. I love how they talk to me too. I love animalese. That's their like language. Oh, there's 2 of the same one. Saber-tooth tail, Ankylostorso. I don't think I talked to my villagers my other villager, one of them yesterday. Alrighty, away as we go here. We're gonna find him. Also, we need to figure out who's here today. I'd guess it's probably Sahara. Or CJ or Flick. One of the two. This one I'm just gonna put 1K. I do have my... have a net here. Come back, please. I can also go to you. Gotcha. Perfect. Paper kite butterfly. I do need that monarch still. I've not gotten it. But we will get it, so we should be just fine. What do they want to give me miles for now? Bugs don't bug me. Oh, I just have 10 different bugs in the Critterpedia. I've got the bug. I already have that dragonfly. Did you already find some kind of spreadsheet? No. I've made my own, / used some of them for the... there is a really good one on the bugs, and the fish, and the paintings. I think it's made by Dagnall. Really cool. I'd have to pull it up again. It's been a hot minute since I looked at it. But it's very nice. It has all the pictures and such on there too, so it's really good. Even a ceiling. Without ripping out my home. Woohoo! Cute little home. Okay, I need to find the recipe card for today. And then... yeah, I do need to figure out who's here today, so hang on, I gotta keep looking. I should also maybe fish a little bit. We'll see. We'll see. I have not done that yet either. Oh hey, I refreshed and found this! Jess, thank you for the 41 months. I truly appreciate it. Welcome back on Inside the Loser Club. I hope you enjoy your continued sub badge and your continued use of emotes out here. I truly appreciate it. salt over here. It does not look like it. There's our rock. Our one last rock for the day. Because I still don't have a ladder yet. Beautiful. I will absolutely take the money rock per usual. Thank you. Mushrooms. More mushrooms. Let's see, any... Oop, there's one. And a button mushroom. More mushrooms. Oh, yes. I can make a mush low stool now. Grabbing my shells. So I can continue to sell them. I would be so sad if there's nobody here today. Or if they're up on one of the, like, higher levels and I can't reach them yet. That would be devastating. Alrighty, what do we got? Cardboard bed! Wow! Very nice, very useful. I saw more mushrooms over here, so I ran over to grab them. Doesn't look like anybody's here. Or if they are here, they're up too high and I can't see them. Okay, I will save this for tomorrow. We have more bugs and so forth. Being silly with it? I just have not seen. It's not Gulliver again, is it? No. Suspicious. Maybe there is nobody visiting today, and that's kind of sad. Yeah. Alrighty, we need... What we really need to do is make that DIY bench. 5 hardwood and an iron nugget. Oh, apparently I hit that tree in specific. stuff. Yes, we should craft something. Specifically, tools that I don't have access to. I need more tree branches. Okay, great. Okay, that should be enough now. And then we will have to go back and get more of the hardwood. So we can make the crafting table so that we don't have to keep coming back here. Alrighty, we need regular wood and hardwood. Okay, we have 5 hardwood already. Okay, already got that one. And we have 3 regular wood. Okay. Nope, didn't want to hit the building. Thank you so much, though. Okay, crafting some more. And I want the simple DIY workbench. So I can put it outside of my house so I don't have to run all the way over here to Tom Nook's anymore. And then just because I need to make sure I double went in here. I did. Okay, sign off. Well actually. No, we're fine for now. I was like, oh, do we really need 20k bells on us right now? But we'll see. Actually, I do need... Nope, I didn't mean to do that. I would like to sell stuff to you. All those weeds, all those shells. I took away the trilobite because I think we'll keep that and go to we'll give that to certain villagers because giving giving them fossils, I think, helps a whole lot with friendship. And also, this is a nice fossil. I like the trilobite. It looks cool. Okay, going in here. Oh, you know why? It's a Sunday, and I bet you Daisy May is on one of those higher levels. Put in storage. Put all my mushrooms in storage for now. What is it to make the fishing rod again? Five, I think. Alright, let me grab a piece of iron. While we're here, we might as well. Yeah, look at the trilobite there. It's very cool. Alrighty, we'll do a little bit of fishing, and then I think we might end there for tonight. We will be continuing this on Sunday. For shoresies. Let's do a bit of fishing here in the daytime. And we just catch any bugs that we can. Zebra turkey fish? Horse mackerel? That looked small to be a horse mackerel. I'm surprised. I lost that one. Gosh darn it. That's my own fault. Another little dab. Alright, let me go to the river here. Before we end up crossing it. Another bitterling. bitterling. Ooh, ye sleepies. Okay. Let's go along this side of the beach. Looking for fish. There's one. Another horse mackerel. Ooh, buggies. What's the button to crouch? What button do I hit to crouch? Oh, it's just holding the A. Sorry. I got it. We're good. I should know this, but it's been forever. Caught a dab. Not bad. Is there another fish over here for me? No. We should go diving, though. That would be another good thing for us to do. Nothing in the pond. I hear one. Where is it? Woohoo! What we got? Pine bonsai tree. Which is made with pine cones, which we don't have yet because we can't get to the pine trees yet. Monarch. I'm bad at the butterflies. Okay, there we go. Uh, yes, the butterflies are democracy now. Okay, now what we're gonna do is we're gonna put like 20k into the bank again. We're 48k away from paying off our home loan. So I'll take that. It's pretty darn good. Oh, and actually, no, I needed to go back in there and buy something. Do they have the swimming suit? Nook shopping. Can't buy it yet. From there. Can you buy it from Timmy yet? Maybe I have to wait for him to get the shop. What's for sale? Yeah, I have to wait for him to get the shop. Okay. Okay, I talked to both my villagers today. We did some fishing. We did some bug catching. Hey, Axel. Good morning! How about it, Wonk? Place that down. Cool. Alrighty, let's try one more little bit of ocean fishing here. And then we will move on. Okay. If this is not a sea bass, I don't know what it is. It's a sea bass. Nice. Our first sea bass. Let's go. I've never been more hyped to see sea bass. Horse mackerel. Anything else look interesting? I might go check the pond over here. Let me go do that. Because the pond is always the hardest one to get. Find ones for. I have that grasshopper, right? Yeah, that's the rice one. Yeah, the rice grasshopper. Alrighty, saving. Going to the next day. We should have our shop open. Except, I think that's where we're going to end for this evening. We will pick it back up on Sunday for a long, beautiful day of Animal Crossing. Cozy Sundays. Oh, let me also pause my timer. That did not pause. It's fine. I'll be able to look at the VOD and see where I left off and make a timer note of it. My bad. Oopsie daisies. It's fine. Alrighty. Let me see who's currently live and who we can go raid and hang out with. In just one moment here. Let's see. Bum bum bum. Who can we go raid? How much longer is Jules gonna be live for? Jules literally just hit 12 hours.
Seeing Sonia's face over Zelda's face, that was cruel. Intellectual, he will readily fight tooth and nail for his companions. Ready for all the icons?
If it'll let me, we will go over and raid Jules.
Actually, not as many as I thought. Okay. Hyrule Forest is next. I really want to go, but it's been 12 hours.
Oh no, okay, never mind. She's ending. Okay. Back it up. Back it up. I just heard it. But she is very much still already ending here. Actually, I'm gonna take you over to go see Allison. Who is currently working on a fall themed island. She's pretty cool. Highly recommend. Um,
Thank you guys for the hype train.
there we are.
Poop. Ray, I'm doing good. I feel like
There is our raid messages. The first one is for subscribers. The second one is for followers, because regardless, we love to go and spread the love onto more people. We are
It's not going.
Yeah, we're gonna go and raid over there. As I said, I will be live on Sunday. Ideally at 11 a.m. Central Time, but I will be at a wedding the night before, so it might be like noon. It might be noon on Sunday instead. By the time we wake up and get coffee and everything else. So, I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your evening, a wonderful rest of your day, wherever you are in the world. Thank you all so much for hanging out with me as we explore this new project together. That I'm excited to tackle. And I feel like we made good progress today. So, have a wonderful rest of your evening, a wonderful rest of your day, wherever in the world, and I will catch you all very, very soon. Goodbye.
Ah! Okay, that one didn't get me as much. Oh god! Not the raiders to this alert! Not don't listen to my alerts, raiders. Oh